That should be fine. Hello, my fun guys and fun gals. It's been a little bit since I posted a video or did a live stream, so I figured I'd get on here and just go over a couple things real quick before I get started messing around and doing stuff. There's a few reasons why I really haven't posted between working full-time at my job and hurt myself a couple times while working just because I tend to push things a little too hard, and that with the holidays and stuff floating around and kind of popping up here and there, they kind of slowed me down. But the main two reasons that I really haven't posted was my uncertainty what I really wanted to do with my streaming, if I wanted to do it full-time or just here and there where I post, updates to the code and kind of just go from there. That and I guess it's not really any other way to put it, my lack of confidence in my abilities really hindered my motivation to get on here and live stream and do all that. But I kind of came to terms with everything, and even though the confidence really isn't at the level I want it, I'm going to continue to do my live streaming and just kind of post my content, even if it's to the void. So I guess from here, if I hit the right button. Not goals. So my current goals, I do plan on getting a webcam. I do want to have a webcam. I might get a different microphone. That way it's not a headset, and I can actually have a microphone in front of me and be able to get it out of my face when I'm working, and not have like a headset around my head, or around my neck, around my head, constantly just to have the mic in my face. But my streaming goals are just to start streaming as much as I can, which it'll probably be on days I have a shorter shift, or the one where I get off at 3. Not really a shorter shift, but it feels shorter because I get off an hour sooner. But that way I'll be able to get on here and just get some stuff done and not feel so wore out from working. That and work on some other things in my stream setup, like just really like artwork and that kind of stuff, just the background stuff. That, and I need to get my music file a little bigger, so that way it's not just repeating the same 20 songs. I do want to finish this project that's what we're going to be working on today. And then, of course, I want to start getting some backers and or just one-off donations. So I got to set up the Ko-fi or the buy me a coffee or whatever it is, and just have different outlets for tipping. That, and I need to get bot protection from these kind of people who just randomly pop in here and drop a link to the abyss, basically. But yeah, that's kind of where my current goals are. Some future goals I have planned are a little bit bigger than that, because I have to build up a little bit of a viewer base, but I want to be able to full-time development on just whatever I'm working on, instead of having to go to work and all of that. So I just need to basically have enough to afford bills, have a little bit left over in case of equipment malfunctions, that, and have enough for like food and, you know, the basic necessities. I'm not really trying to splurge or anything, but it would be nice to be able to just sit here and work on stuff full time. Yeah, that's pretty much all I really have. So we'll just get started from there. My goals today, let's see, goals for today. My goals for today are going to be quite simple. I think I'm going to start off, let's see, I don't remember how to, I won't worry about the chat, doesn't matter. I'll figure it out later and mess with it. My goals for today are I need to digitize my notes for this game so I can get them on Patreon, so I can post links on my X profile, and just kind of give everyone who actually sits down and watches kind of an outline of where I'm going, what I'm doing, my plans for the game, and all that fun stuff, what the game's going to really be about. So I don't think I really sat down and explained that at all. So after we digitized the notes, I was thinking about kind of comparing the old code, kind of the learning code that I was messing with from the original version of the game. So I did have a working version at one point with the upgrade menu, but then I ran into some dependency issues where one script would need another, and then it would just cycle back and forth and not ever compile. So I took some time to learn some different ways to go about combating that, and that's kind of why I want to review the old code, compare that to the new code. Because the old one was based off of like a server and client relationship for the database, so I'm going to move towards a interface based system where it talks to the main code through interfaces instead of like a direct reference to those interfaces. I know there's other ways to do it, like doing dependency injections and that sort of thing, which I may mess around with. We'll see how things actually go. But from that point, then we'll just start working on the actual code of the game. And at some point in the future, I may post it on X and Patreon, but in some point in the future, I will end up going onto those to post like supporter rewards. I was thinking something along the lines, because I'm going to do everything I can in my games to avoid like pay to win, microtransactions, and all that nonsense. So I'm probably going to end up relying solely on donations, or if I make a bigger game, rely on, you know, people purchasing the game for like $2-3 or whatever. Nothing too crazy. that way I can, support myself and continue doing this full time, because I really enjoy doing this. I've spent a little bit of time here and there, kind of in the background working on stuff, figuring stuff out, kind of feeling more comfortable with all the stuff I learned, implementing it, and getting a feel for it, since I kind of learned a whole lot at once. And refactoring all this code has definitely been a mess. So we will get started. I don't remember what I did with my design document. Let me see real quick if I can find. We'll change that just so there's like an on-screen indicator of what's going on. Because I do have a design document, or at least a blank one, somewhere around here. We'll throw that bad boy over here. Open up. Oh yeah, I got this mess of a note system going on. Here we go. We will just start with this for now. Okay, let's switch over to the other scene. As you can see, it's just blank. I have not digitized anything yet. So for a game overview, we can go with, we'll start with the title. I was thinking a shape defender as my working title. It'll be, I'll write down some tags. It'll definitely be an RPG is kind of what I was feeling, with tower defense element. Be a tower defense. What are some other genres I can consider this? Because essentially what you're going to be is a singular tower in this tower defense game. And the graphics are going to be very simplistic. It's going to be just basic shapes and not very complex sprites. I might do a little bit more complex when I do like the animations for stuff like explosions and things like that, but for the main majority of the assets, they're just going to be simple sprites like triangles, squares, hexagons, and other kind of polygon shapes. But you're going to be the only tower. You're going to be able to upgrade your statistics. Those carry down from the tower to the weapons that are on board. You'll have a limited number of weapon slots, or attack slots, because there'll be different kinds of attacks. So let's actually just open this up real fast. That way I can do like a little drawing diagram of what I'm talking about. But you'll be able to upgrade your stats. Those carry down into your unlocked attacks. Those unlocked attacks, as you progress through the game and evolve your tower via the tower upgrades, they'll be able to be evolved into a different age. So from like a medieval style age to a modern to an advanced to a space age, that kind of thing. And some attacks you'll be able to combine together to make I guess unique attacks. when you unlock or evolve an attack, the previous attack will become available again, so you can evolve it, combine it with other attacks, and then depending on what attacks you have and what you've evolved it into, it'll be it'll like release the older versions of it, so you can then take those and evolve it into something else. But that depends on what the attack is and all that, which we will design later. Let's just create a new. I don't know what to call it for now. So you'll have like your stats over here. You'll have your attacks. What is it? Abbreviate it. Here you just upgrade your stats with either gold or experience. So gold or experience, and then the attacks, you'll have your attack. When you unlock it, then it'll have the same gold and experience. Because it'll kind of be a roguelike. Well, no, it will be a roguelike. So as you're progressing through, the gold ones, the gold upgrades, are what get reset because you earn gold and experience for killing enemies. The experience ones, you'll gain less experience than gold, but those will be permanent no matter how many times you die. And then the tower upgrades are what's going to make the game really unique. I guess we just add a text. So I'm tired of get on there. Okay. Oops. But the tower upgrades are what's going to make it really unique, because those will be what transforms. So imagine it like this. You got your tower here. It'll be a medieval kind of tower with the big old gate on it. You know, maybe some little windows. But you'll be inside of a moat area. And as you upgrade your tower, you'll be able to not just shoot out the windows. You'll have little platforms you can put your weapons on and shoot out of that. These will be part of the tower upgrades, so you can get more automated weapons on the external side of the tower instead of the default weapons, which would be the quote windows. But as you upgrade your tower, it'll go from a medieval style tower, which the graphic will just change from like a triangle to a square. You'll add another side, because each of the polygon sides represents its like tower progression or whatever, its vehicle level, I guess. But this is just like for imagination. You'll upgrade from a medieval style tower around a moat. You might get some big old wooden wheels or metal wheels or whatever on it. That way you can slowly move around, because it'll be basically dragged by people or animals or whatever you want to imagine, because the graphics will be just these little guys here, so triangles and stuff, and of course I'll update these because these are just kind of thrown together. But it'll go from that to eventually, you know, maybe get some like tank treads on here, or upgrade the exterior from stone to metal, because eventually the goal is to take the basic tower, upgrade it from stone and wood, modernize it, get some wheels on it, so that way you can traverse the land, because your goal is to stop the alien invasion that's destroying humanity. Let's see. So your goal or player fantasy is to upgrade your tower to be able to defeat the aliens, get them off of Earth, and eventually you'll upgrade your tower to be not only a land-faring vessel, a water-faring vessel, an underwater-faring vessel, and a flying vessel, all in preparations to become a space-faring vessel, where you take the initiative to go and attack the aliens' forward operating bases, track those backwards towards the main homeworld, and obliterate them instead of humans becoming obliterated. The tower, the reason it revives is because where you're built up on is an ancient crystal that's embedded into the foundation of the tower, and this crystal is what revives you every time you die. So that's what resets the stats and all of that every time you die. But the experience that's funneled into the crystal is what allows you to be able to keep your experience. Let's see. Where's my... I'm looking through my notes. Give me 1 second. Besides that, I could either do there's one or two things I was thinking of doing for like the map generation. I was either going to do a custom made map, which I had the map somewhere. I think it's in my book. But the map outlines different regions on the planet. I kind of limited it to part of one big continent instead of the whole continent. That way I could fit the stuff I wanted into it and have the different biomes without making the whole planet. The goal of that was so that way I can know where everything's going to be and all that. That way if people restart the game, they'd know like, hey, this is over here. But there's also a faster thing I was thinking of doing, so that way I don't have to sit here and design an entire region and all that, is do like a procedural generation. So as you move around, depending on your upgrades and depending on what level your tower is at, it would generate like grasslands or mountains, snowy biomes, and then eventually as you upgrade and get stronger, it would allow you to transition into different environments like water, underwater, deep sea, in the air. The in the air part would be like a transition area where you go from one lower level environment, fly over the dangerous areas, fight in the air, because there's not really going to be a whole lot to explore in the air besides like attacking enemies, so there won't be a whole lot of like air upgrades besides gaining flight and the ability to go into space eventually. Yeah, I don't know where the map is at. I haven't decided on weather or day and night cycles yet. I might just leave it ambiguous essentially for like the time and stuff. But yeah, this one doesn't really have a whole lot in the way of like artwork and stuff that I could really show besides like attack animations and stuff I have not really drawn up but wrote down. But we can worry about all that later, because I'll probably end up doing the animations live. I guess that's really all I have for my notes, because a lot of it, at least in my blank document I have wrote up here that kind of goes over all sorts of stuff, is like stuff for combat and all of that. I guess one thing to mention about the combat is you're going to have a lot of stats, like probably around 100 or so. I haven't really counted them out, but the stats for the player are what help boost their attacks as well as upgrading their attacks directly. And all of the calculations for those attacks, I guess we can just hop into this one. Like, here's all the stats I got so far. There's a good chunk of for like health, offensive, defensive, resistances to different types of damage, and of course silences, fears, and stuff like that. And then your movement speed and utilities and stuff. The stats are just going to be kind of fed into the algorithm for attack and defense calculations. The targeting will either be automatic. I might do similarly to what the Halls of Torment does, where you can toggle on either automatically locking on, or you can have full control using your mouse or controller or whatever. I guess I'll just bring this over here since I'm talking about it anyway, because yeah, this is my blank design document. You can see it's got a bunch of nonsense in it, stuff that only I really need to know right now. So my goal is to make it very efficient so that I can spawn hundreds or thousands of enemies and let them all attack without causing a whole lot of lag or frame stuttering. So I'm trying to learn enough to at least pull that off, even if it's not thousands. I know in this game, I'm not going to have a manual roll or evasion thing. It's going to be all built into the calculations, but in future games I do plan on incorporating more player action, especially in like a 3D RPG style game, which is going to be my next game I'm working on. I haven't, well, I can't really say I haven't put a lot of thought into it, but it's going to be more complicated than this one, so there's a lot more stuff I've wrote down for it and have planned for it. But I'm going to focus on this one. When I start making a game, my plan is to always finish it, even if it's not to the fullest extent that I had planned originally. Depends on the scope, because I tend to scope things very large and have to take the time to kind of cut back. That's why I'm scoping out my next game now, and then I'll have things to cut back on later before I get started, instead of working on all of that after this game. But that's for another time. There's not going to be a whole lot of resources in this game besides gold and experience points. That way you don't have to worry about crafting weapons and all that stuff. There's not going to be a whole lot of wait time, besides maybe like a delay between enemy waves. Let's see. Yeah, no crafting. We talked about upgrades. I might do modules, but I was kind of leaning more into the weapon evolution, where you can evolve a singular weapon or combine it with other weapons for special effects that aren't on a singularly evolved weapon. I guess we could do cosmetics, but I don't really see the point in a simple game like this. There will be, I wouldn't really call them pets, I guess more like automated drones and stuff like that. Once you get to a certain level, you can add repair drones or combat drones or things like that. That and certain attacks will be treated like traps, like smoke screens or fire bombs and stuff like that. Stuff that will affect an area, like poison clouds, or I guess it'd be more like an acid cloud, since everything is going to be in like a vehicle or something. I might have weaker enemies that come in swarms on foot, depending on how I feel, I guess. Sorry, this thing's over here bugging me. I'm not exactly sure how to clear it off of the restream chat, because in the Restream chat I have both Kick and YouTube put together, but I deleted the message directly through Kick, but it's still showing up through the Restream. Yeah, well. I might do the command set where you can directly tell your drones and stuff what to do. Give me just a minute, guys, and I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. My girlfriend got home from work. She was telling me all her plans for tonight, getting supper done and the Christmas decorations pulled out from the garage. So she's gonna decorate the house. I don't know if I'm ready for that, but I guess it is Christmas time. Alright. Oh, felt like a hiccup. It didn't want to come out. A lot of the blank document for this, I kind of pulled together. I think I got a lot of this from Grok. Just chit-chatting back and forth about design documents for my next game, because it's going to have a lot of monsters in it and crafting and that kind of stuff, but I'm not going to talk too much about it now. I do have on my new tablet that my girlfriend got me, I don't remember what it's called. There's an app on there that allows you to like do a storyboard kind of thing, where it's just a big blank grid, and you can put like little sticky notes, take pictures, put them on there, and draw lines and all that fun stuff between different things. If you have like more complicated stuff, which I will use it for that, so I can kind of map out my data structures before I jump into working on them, because that's kind of the problem I have with the refactoring, is that I had the previous versions data structures all mixed up and all that garbage, so I had to kind of just wing it. And I'm not gonna say I'm great at this, but I'm going to keep trying. I have a lot of fun working on it. It's like a puzzle I created and I don't know the answer to, but I'm trying to solve. So, I don't know, it's just been really exciting just through that concept alone. Anyways, back to this part of this fun stuff. There's not really going to be multiplayer in this game. It's going to have a leaderboard, I think, just for like kills, and I might track how long it takes to destroy the enemy's home planet. Just have like different kinds of leaderboards for that kind of stuff. Maybe like experience earned, gold spent, experience spent. That way people can try to get in different places on the leaderboards. And I might have like trackers for runs where it's like play the whole game without spending experience, or stuff like that. It won't be like the main focus of the game though. It'll just be some fun side project kind of stuff. You only have one quest. We talked about golden experience. We talked about the visuals. Oh yeah, that is one thing that I haven't dabbled in a whole lot with. And it's been many years since I really made my own sounds or own music, but I do want to work on my own sounds and music. Just make my own sound effects for attacks, and I know I might use a lot of royalty-free stuff for like metal on metal sounds, or metal on stone, or explosions and stuff like that, but we will see. I'm not really too worried about anti-cheat and stuff, because I want the user to be able to put in a set, like a sprite sheet, I'll have like a blank one available for people to download. They'll be able to put in their own sprites, own stats, and that kind of stuff, and make their own custom attacks that they can uh, add to the game. And I will have some of it kind of restricted, so that way, like based on the stats and the AoEs and whatever else I have the player able to make in the attack, it'll appear on the attack menu under certain uh, experience requirements to unlock and upgrade and that kind of stuff, so that way it's kind of regulated in a way without being too forceful in its regulation. And that's another thing I have to work on. I'll probably work on it later on, because right now I'm trying to still understand the infrastructure that I'm using currently. But for prefabricated attacks and things like that, I will go eventually using the JSON files, so that way there will be a way to add attacks and enemies and environments and stuff like that. Maybe even like buffs and debuffs and I don't even know. Whatever you can really think of that would be fun to implement on both the developer end and the user end to customize your experience in the game without having to recompile the entire game. It'll just be something that lives in its own file, and if it's missing, it'll just create a new one from the defaults programmed into the game. There's not really going to be a whole lot of monetization of this game, besides if people want to make donations, because that's another thing that I mentioned before, is I am not doing pay to win, I'm not doing microtransactions. The only things that that'll really kind of be rewarded to the users or people who donate, especially people who donate over a certain tier, because I'm gonna break it down into tiers, but you'll be able to get like profile, like if your character has a picture of its head or whatever, the little border for that, or some UI stuff, or to make it look fancy, you know, or if it's a multiplayer game in the chat, you'll have something next to your name you can toggle. Depending on your tier, you'll get different colors of it. Yeah, and certain tiers will also, well, everyone who donates or is a backer, someone who backs month to month, will always get their name in all the credits of the games, no matter if they only donated during certain periods, because each dollar really does make a difference. But they'll have their name in all the credits, and over certain tiers, I'll just give the game for free. I'll have a key to it, and especially like over Steam, or if it's on Google Play. I'm not for sure how the Xbox one would work. I would have to look into that more. I haven't looked into making games and putting them on Xbox, but I'll eventually mess around and figure that out as well, because I don't want like, if you're backing, I don't want to make you buy the game too. Even if it's like a $2 game, I don't know, that'd make me feel bad, because I'm not really wanting to do this for money. The money to sustain my daily life would be good, but I want to be able to just get better at making games. I think there's a whole lot of other stuff I really need to talk about. I know we didn't really digitize a whole lot. I would have to... Let me see if I can find these notes and crap. Let's see, that's just all the pencils. notebook with all my notes in it. So I organized my stuff recently, but now I forgot what file I put them all in. This is for the stick figure game I have planned, so it's not that. I think this might be empty now. Oh no, all of this is for my next game. The one about monsters, so it's not in there. Oh, I was like, what fell? It was just my clip coming undone. Okay, we're good. Thought it messed up my audio. Forget this portion of the cord's shorter. Oh, did I already put it in the blue folder? Or is it in the envelope? The one in the envelope seems to be all stick figure game related. I don't think I put it in here. Maybe I did. No, that's not it. Let's see, this is logistical stuff for streaming and game studio stuff. Is this it? Oh, here it is. Okay. There it is. We will go back to here because I'm just gonna we will just do that. Boom. That way it's easier to find when I started actually finding my stuff and talking about it. So the main concept I have wrote down is... Oh, and I even have all the shapes wrote down. I forgot I did that. The player is a triangle, which is a massive tower that stands as the last of humanity's last surviving civilization. In an effort to survive the alien invasion, the player will evolve in order to defeat said invasion. In my original notes, it talks about the it references the pre-made map I had drawn up, which should be in here as well. So I could digitize that and put it on screen. But here it says explore the ruined surface of Earth, in search of materials and blueprints, which I wouldn't really do materials and blueprints. The main thing I would do in this version of it would be you explore the surface in order to find not ancient but old or ruined either alien bases or human bases in an attempt to unlock more advanced areas to explore. Because the original concept was, instead of just spending experience or gold on the tower upgrades, you would instead find the blueprints and craft them. That way it'd give you more reason to explore the planet instead of just try to level up. But once in space, you will strive to locate a means to find and travel to the source of the alien invasion and to defeat it. I was thinking about doing a New Game Plus where after you defeat it, you then swap to the alien race that's attacking the humans. And it'll be kind of a reversal where you start on the home planet with no real targets. You'll mine resources to gain experience, and then use that experience to upgrade your civilization to send fleets out. And it'll be more of a, not really a tower defense, but like a colony sim kind of thing, where you're building up your colony to attack. But I kind of opted out of that idea. But the player can upgrade from a triangle to a square to a pentagon, hexagon, heptagon, octagon, nonagon, decagon, hendecagon, dodecagon, tridecagon, tetradecagon, and so on. Which, of course, starting at a triangle is basically power level 1 or 0, however you want to look at it. The bare minimum. The main gameplay loop, once first loaded into the game, you can set your tower color and border color. That's in this example here, how it's green and black. You'll be able to set your color. This is the player prefab here. Oh, I guess I didn't switch over this scene here. So like how this has a black and green border, or a black border with a green center, you'll be able to set those when you start the game. Fight enemies, earn golden experience. I was thinking of having the ability to jump, but in a 2D world it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I kind of opted out of that because, yeah, death takes you back to the start, but with your experience upgrades intact. You do lose your loose experience. Well, no, I might retain the loose experience, since we're not doing it's going to be a roguelike and not a incremental kind of game. Of course, it'll have incremental kind of feels to it, but it won't be a full incremental in the sense of it, I guess. Oh yeah, this is why I said earlier, where I was showing the stats, how these aren't going to be all of the stats, they're just some of the ones I have right now. As I get to the point where I have a better version of the game ready to test play, and I have the base stats tested and implemented into the different functions that require them and the calculations that require them, and I make sure everything's working fine with what I have now, the ones that have hard limits, like if you get 100% critical hit chance, of course it'll be counteracted by the enemy's critical hit resistance, but anything over that will allow you to evolve other stats, or that stat, depending on what it is, into a different kind of multiplier. So like, let's say you have a critical hit chance of 100%. Of course, that applies your critical hit damage multiplier into your damage. Well, if you have it at 200 or 300%, it really doesn't do a whole lot. But in mine, if you have, I think I had it wrote down at 300. So if you get it up to 300%, it'll double your critical hit damage multiplier. So if you have 100 damage with 300% critical hit chance and 100%, or I guess it'd be 200% critical hit damage, it would take the 100. A 200% critical hit damage would make it 200 when you do a crit, but that multiplier would increase it to 400 because it's doubling it. And then, every 100 after that, it would, instead of double it, triple it, quadruple it. So to give you a reason to still put points into hard capped stats, not really capped, but hard limit stats, while making it feel rewarding and not just you're fighting against the critical hit resistance and things like that. Certain stats, when you get them up to a certain level, they will show requirements for evolution, which may require 2 to 3 other stats to evolve, depending on what the stat is. I haven't really thought about exactly what I'm going to do with evolutions for stats yet, but I want to be able to either combine stats or make entirely new stats, and then that would consume the points invested into that to create that new stat, which would change the way you play. And I could do that for like a New Game Plus thing, where we go over, beat the game, and then all of the stats you had at certain levels would unlock evolutions in the next playthrough that you can invest into. But I'm not too worried about that now. Right now I'm just going to get a working version of the game implemented. Even if all the functions don't have all of the values they need yet, I can debug and work through all that. We talked about attacks being similar to stats in the sense where you can level them up, and the thing with attacks is you're not going to be able to level up individual stats of an attack via the attack. You're only going to be able to do that through the stats upgrade menu. So when you level up an attack, it'll have a set of stats that will improve. After a certain point, like a certain level of the attack, you'll be able to see that new stats will be added to it because it's more powerful. Some of them will even get different damage types or special effects on them, or status effects or area of effects, depending on what attack it is and what level it's at and all that. And I guess my last note was about the tower upgrades, which essentially changed the whole game from being a tower fighting off waves of enemies to being able to move and explore, and upgrading the tower from not just being a giant tower on wheels to being an actual vehicle of sorts. Move from a giant land vehicle to like a boat, to a submarine, to an airplane, to a spaceship. And I haven't decided if I want to do it yet or not, or just continue with the theme of upgrading from a tower to a vehicle. But I could do like different branching paths where you can upgrade into being like a full-on robot, or a super vehicle, or something like that. Or maybe even like you sacrifice your ability to move in order to send out drones and stuff. The tower upgrades are still something I'm working on, like depth of upgrades with, so that way it's not just a few upgrades and you're done. But we will see how that plays out. Here's my UI diagram I have wrote up, which has like the stat upgrades, kind of like how I was showing in my image I was drawing up. It has the stats on the one side with the gold and experience cost, the name. I do have, like in this version of it, like a purchase multiplier, and if you have it like at times 30, it'll try to buy as many as it can. Then it has, as you can see here, the total gold you have, the total experience you have, and then your cooldowns for your health regen and defense cooldowns. All of your attack up cooldowns will be, instead of like a little panel on the side, it'll be actually in the menu, since there's gonna be so many attacks, and you'll eventually be able to have a bunch of them, so they'll just be in the attack menu. That, and I was thinking of just having a game speed multiplier set up, because why not? Why sit around, and especially in the earlier waves. Of course, as you get to certain waves, you get checkpoints that allow you to start at that wave, or roughly therein when you die, have that choice for the player instead of just starting over again. I was trying to decide on the type of upgrade menu for the tower upgrades. I was either going to do just a flat menu, kind of like a list, and then as you unlock the requirements for the next one, it'll appear in the list. Or I was going to do, what do they call it? The one with the bubbles. You unlock a bubble, and then the branch that it attaches to will unlock. And then it'll have like major upgrade bubbles, kind of like in Path of Exiles, where you have the skill tree and it's all the bubbles, and then you have to build up to those bubbles. But it'll, instead of being like stat upgrades, it'll just be upgrade for requirements for the next one. Let's see, this is all my stats. I don't remember. I don't think I have a stat for piercing, like piercing chance, maximum amount of enemies able to be pierced and stuff like that yet. So I'll have to add that in. But all of these other ones seem to be already on my list. Again, some examples of the medieval age attacks would be something like a spiked wall collar, or thorny vines, a stone grinder. So if you have an enemy come up and touch you, the stone grinder on your wall will grind them down. And a small AoE, maybe a pitch-coated wall, so when they hit you, their attacks kind of get slightly delayed because they're having to retrieve it from the wall, essentially. Or a gear grinder, where it kind of does a combination of the pitch and the stone grinder, so it'll have a slower damage tick rate, but it'll also slow down their attacks. For like ranged passives, those are all passives, mind you, so nothing that's activated in the active attacks list, because there'll be passive attacks and active attacks, and the passive ones are constantly trying to do damage, while the active ones either require a target to be within a certain range, or just automatically go off after a cooldown. But usually they involve actively tracking an enemy. I don't think there's... It's either actively tracking an enemy or manually activated by the player. Magic will have like passives like reinforcement runes to make your defenses stronger, a cold shroud to slow down enemies in a radius around you, some crystal radiation which applies radiation damage. I don't know if I have radiation damage as a thing on here, so it might end up being more of a arcane damage type, but I can add it in easily. I think that's it for the notes. Oh yeah, and here's my map. Give me a second. I'm going to do a thing. I've got a new phone, so I'm trying to find the camera. I always get confused where everything's at. Let's see, can I share? Okay. There we go. For some reason it was being weird about opening up my email through the email app. I switched from Android to iPhone, so I'm still getting used to where everything's at. Alright. There you go. There's that. Should be downloading, so boom. This is the map I drew up whenever it decides to load. So as you can see, which I don't think I need this anymore. No, these are all my old notes. Okay. So as you can see on here, you would start in the grasslands, which is just a small area within the hilly biomes and that kind of stuff. These are like points of interest. Nothing too major. Yeah, I didn't really leave a whole lot of notes on it, but you go to the different locations. These are like the major locations. You have your jungle temple, your swamp temple, your desert temple. And this is like a giant worm thing. And then this is a cave. I think this was another cave. And possibly a third cave or a fourth cave. There's a few different caves. And of course the wasteland here the wasteland is mixed in this region, so it's explorable, but still highly damaging. The main reason I had the wastelands was like a reason to get radiation protection for eventually upgrading into being a spaceship. You go to the different locations. These are just, what's the best word for it? Not really like super important compared to the actual temples. You go to the temples to collect the different fragments or the keys. And the different fragments. So it's this temple, that one, this one, and then I think this cave was the most important. And these two are kind of like miscellaneous ones. This is if I do the... well, I wonder if that's what these are, monster portals. But you can even visit the oasis. But once you assemble all of the crystals back together, it was supposed to summon a boss monster. This was before I switched to the alien idea, where I was just calling them monsters because I didn't know what else to call them. But that's another reason why I kind of strayed away from this map and was thinking about doing a generation thing where it'll generate you being in the grasslands until you're a certain level, then it upgrades your triangle into a square, and then allows you the ability to traverse to a different biome, fight different enemies, and rinse and repeat until you're able to explore the bottom of the ocean, learn how to fly, to get to rarer locations to find and fight the generals, and that sort of thing. But that's pretty much all I have in terms of really notes, I guess. From here, let's see. Yeah, from here, I guess I'll just go over the old layout of all of my code, talk about why it was laid out like this, why there's so many problems in certain areas, and then go over to the new code, the clean code, or whatever you want to call it. So, when I started working on the game, I think it was a couple months into working on it, like really working on it full time. That's when I ran into the dependency issue, where I was having issues with the Unity compiler compiling the code in the proper way, because, you know, one script needed another one, and that one needed the other one, and then it would just go back and forth like, which order do I put it in? So I was working on learning all sorts of different avenues, and Unity built-in functionality, and some other system functionalities I could use, but mainly the Unity functionality, so that way I knew kind of what path I wanted to take, what was available, you know, and go from there. But the issue with that, which we'll see here clearly in just a second, is I was using a message bus, which is a client communicating with the server. And, you know, I messed around with that a lot, and just did a bunch of enums, and then had a bunch of these reduce enemies, you know, stat name here, which, you know, is just a lot of duplicated crap, essentially, and then checking the, well, it was kind of nice having it all in one dictionary, but then being able to track it was just kind of annoying, I guess. Yes, and this was the ages I was talking about. Medieval, modern, I think I had another one in here, space, advanced space. This part hasn't really changed a whole lot. Yeah, it's basically the same. But it had a lot of extra stuff for like stats in the message bus. The stat entry was just, pretty simplistic. One thing to note while we go over the old code is that as I was working on it, I went through, changed a lot of the major data structure formats so that they would track things better. Instead of having a list, I put them in a dictionary so that way they had a key and I wasn't searching over lists trying to find stats and attacks and that kind of stuff. And doing that broke a few different things. It went from working to completely broken, so I was about 2/3, I would say, through refactoring when I was thinking back, like, even if I change this, I'm still going to have the compiler issue where it didn't know which order to put it in, so I went through and I learned about like the message bus and interfaces and data injections, or I guess manager reference injections and stuff like that. And, that's one of the main reasons it took so long to get to where I'm at now. But yeah, that's why you'll see a bunch of errors and stuff in certain areas, and a lot of stuff may not make sense at all. And then, making certain values nullable, I kind of changed a lot of that, so that way I didn't have to worry about doing extra null checks in different areas where it didn't really make sense in the current formatting. Yeah, this is similar to what I have now. Not too bad. This is when I learned about interfaces. And of course, I'm using mono behaviors. And I think some of them, yeah, like this one, even use just straight up objects, which is kind of annoying to debug a lot of stuff since it's so wide of a scope of what it actually is, that you can pretty much plug anything into it, and then if it wasn't within the range of expectability, and it just, which I'm sure objects could be useful in certain situations, but we need a objects controller to merge stats into, and then you pass in some other random object and it's not going to do anything, or it may even get confused somewhere in the middle. But all that is implemented here, and as you can see, I hard-coded a lot of this, which, yeah, it was not a good design choice to hard-code it, because if I wanted to add more stats, I would have to remember to come in here and hard-code another line for everything I wanted to put in here. So yeah, that's been changed a lot in the current version. These ones have been changed a lot. I don't even think I have these in the current version, just mainly due to the fact that, for one, I didn't really need a hash set, and for two, leveling up an attack would only level up the available stats on it, and then as you level up your stats, even if it adds stats into the attack, it'll skip over things like health related or defense related, and it'll just add the attack-based stats into it, and then not worry about whether or not, it's in the hash set for specific cases. Actually, I think what it does is it adds everything into the attack, and then the algorithm is what controls what's actually used. So even if you add a bunch of stuff into the attack that won't be used, it will either skip over it or just ignore it completely because it's not programmed to even look at it. Let's see. I definitely don't use the stat data packages anymore because I'm not using the message bus system. And then subscribing and all that is not what I wanted to do. Because, for one, like, it's not too bad, but when you publish on, like, this channel, for instance, the entity spawns, it'll set up its stats, its attacks, its tower upgrades, and anything else it needs, all at the same time. So if it sets up the attacks first, and then the stats, the attacks won't have the stats from the entity, it'll just have their preset stats on it. So it's like the ordering of things got a little sloppy, and then tracking that down was also kind of another hassle because you're just kind of publishing to a channel and waiting for things to listen to it. I don't know, for like a client and server thing, especially for like networking, it would make a lot more sense because, hey, logging in, and then it can handle all the stuff internally from there. It just seemed a little useless in this situation since it was the client talking to the client through a message bus. So that's why I would say about 50 to 60% of the refactored code was refactored again to take into account the message bus system. And that's another reason why this final refactoring is taking place on a new save of the game, or like a new Unity project. And I'm trying to make it, interfaces only, no message bus, while converting all of the original code, the refactored code, and then the refactored code into one cohesive database, or code base. So it's a little bit of a pain. That's why I figured I'd bring you in and just kind of go over what I got now. That's probably what I will do today is go over everything, compare everything, and then tomorrow is what is tomorrow? It would be Monday. It'd either be tomorrow or Tuesday. I'd have to look, but tomorrow or Tuesday we can get on here and really get into programming. I'll see how I feel here in just a little bit. I might just take a break, eat supper, because it's going to be an early supper tonight, because we really haven't had lunch yet. Since she got off of work, she is in there brewing up some stuff, so I might just do that. I also may take a longer break than expected, but we'll see. But yes, this is one of those object cases I was talking about, which I didn't like in the messenger, or the message bus system, where if an object or an attack or an AoE spawns, we initialize the stats of said object. So we go into here, we have all of our stuff nulled out, even our mono behavior, because we're only looking at a base object. And then through a switch statement, we see if the object that's incoming, checking if it's a mono behavior of type entity controller, type prefab controller, air effect controller, or if not, then it wasn't correct. I don't know, you know. So instead of doing that, I would rather do like null checks and pass things around incrementally instead of one big function, which I could have got all this to work. As you can see, there's no errors in it, but I don't know, it just seems sloppy and a lot going on in one function. Even the cleanup one was just an object passed in. Hopefully it's an object's controller, you know, and then if not, well, couldn't clean up the stats. Ooh. And then the stats total. Yeah, that's a lot just for getting a stats total. Modify stats value isn't too bad, but it still does an if check. If it's, you know, checking the mono behavior, is it this controller or that controller or, you know, the third controller? What if it's not even a mono behavior? What if it doesn't inherit from the mono behavior? Then how are you going to update the stats on it? Yeah. That's why I changed a whole lot. You can see I had a whole heap of stuff up here, and then a lot of this I'm still working on my other one. Like the level up manager, I incorporated in 2 other things. I made attack entries, attack controllers, so that way, you know, the entry can handle all these different fields, the variable fields, and then it has like a base entry which I can pass and allow other entries to inherit from, so that way, I don't remember if I did that or not. I think I just had it as a separate entry, so that way if an AoE or a status effect or an attack needed it, it can just have the entry. And then if that specific entry had different things like attack's name and stuff like that, it could have that. Give me just a second. My throat's drying out. I'm not used to talking so much. Oh, that's better. And we even had entities pending attack updates, which I was moving my headset, which I didn't really need in the new version because in the new version, instead of waiting on the attack dictionary to update and then iterating through it for checking for current attacks, what it does instead now is we have our main dictionary. We can edit it, do whatever with it, but as soon as it starts going into check that dictionary and seeing if the time for the next attack has elapsed, it just makes a copy of it, so it looks at the copy and works with the copy, and then after it's done, it'll, you know, check and make a new copy of the current one, so that way it iterates through all the attacks, which is a little less, you know, consistent, because like if you add a new attack mid check, which I will eventually change it a little bit, but right now what it does is it'll have the old list of attacks, which that's kind of why I haven't done it a whole lot yet, is because you're limited to the number of attacks you can have anyways, so it's not going to have like, you know, 100 different attacks it's iterating through, and if you add the 101st attack, it's not going to show up until the next wave of checking through it, you know. So I'm not too worried about it. Ooh, it's getting hot in here. Give me just a second. Alright, that's better. I had to take my hoodie off. It was getting hot. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Whatever. Give me just a second. Okay. I thought something else popped up, but it just looks like why did that stop working? Darn it. Hmm. Okay, I guess whatever. Okay, so I thought what popped up was something important, but it was just the CSS and HTML scripting for the OBS chat doc from Streamlabs, so not too worried about that, but now it won't let me log into it, but it lets me still have it on screen, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. Anyway, so the major changes I guess we can really look at, because none of this really fully matters in the current context of things. Let's see, there we go. But I did refresh it and it took off the deleted message, so that works, I guess. But as you can see, there's a lot of message bus systems, and some of the stuff isn't very obfuscated, but some of the stuff that either requests a mono behavior or just a base object, yeah, there's a lot of extra steps just to process those things, especially when it's not really needed. Like, if a enemy or an entity spawns in, it should communicate to the server, and the server should handle all of that. I didn't know what I was doing. I just was setting stuff up and hoping for the best, so. But, see, this is kind of where I got to the point where I was like, well, you know, there's a lot of mess, and that's another thing, is these managers I set up on every single thing that required a manager. A manager initializer, which would have like the game manager or the manager initializer script run through and assign these to everything. So I have to remember to put it in there, and that was introducing another layer of complexity, which I didn't like. So I have since learned from that. And that's another reason why I decided to refactor the entirety of the code in a separate project in Unity, so that way I can know what's been done, what needs to be done, go through here, check everything, and make sure I have, you know, the important stuff that I've developed on in here, because it took about, because I mentioned spent about 2 months before I ran into the dependency issue, and then after that I spent probably about another 5 or so months just studying and learning and trying to understand things a little better, which I feel like it shows, but that's where my lack of confidence comes in with my skills here. Because see, here's another repeat of all of the stuff that was in the prefab controller. There's an AoE spawn on attack. Here's the AoE thing again. But I'm working through, like, see, this has another message, which it didn't even need it. I wasn't paying attention, I just went for it. So did the attack spawn? If it did, then we can publish on this. Attack has spawned. This will listen. Well, if attack has spawned, we'll handle that in here by spawning an AoE if it requires it. Yeah. There is a mess. Even in the new one, I won't say it's perfect. There's no way it could be because I still don't have a clue what I'm doing. Well, I have a clue, but, you know, this is my first in-depth game like this that I've made. My second game ever, my first in-depth one. The other one was just kind of a Lua surface project, trying to understand everything and get it rushed out in a timely manner. Like, having an ID didn't really matter. I thought it was going to matter when it comes to coroutines, but coroutines, if you're not assigning them to a variable and tracking them and all that stuff, they may come in handy if you iterate through all active coroutines and find an ID number and see if it's the correct coroutine. Because, like one attack could have two different status effect coroutines on it. That status effect, you'd have to check if it's the right ID, if it's the correct status effect, and all that stuff. So instead of doing all of that, because I really am trying to minimize the time for searching and updating variables, and I guess just in general, calculating stuff and figuring out what to do with stuff. You can see everything has all these subscribes and unsubscribes and lots of clutter essentially that I didn't really know I didn't need at the time. I guess we can go over the new. As you can see, in the new one, we have our stats name, its base value. The starting base value is what we use to reset the base value back to its starting value. Which I do need to reset the modifying values, I think, because we're resetting the stat to its starting values. It should just reset these as well. Perfect. So what it does is we take the base value plus the modifying value, and then we multiply that by the modifying percent divided by 100 plus 1 . Yeah, because then that'll turn the percent into a multiplier. If it's 0, we add 1, so you always have your times 1. And then here, we just use this to make new ones, new stat entries, which sets the stats name, the base value, and the starting value, or starting base value. And I do have a little flag here, so if the stats name is default, instead of skipping over it, we will just log it, so that way we understand, hey, one of these got the default stat, which it's not supposed to have, and then I'd be able to trace it. Modifying the base value, and I could do this a little differently, but these all are quite similar, so I just added an enum for a stat modification action, and then a default value for the incoming base value, which, yes, the reason I set that was because I did have planned of adding in a modification action where it removes it from the list, but I hence did not do that. So I don't need that because all we're doing is setting values. We're not going to edit dictionaries. This is my scriptable object, which I had to have a little help with this because I'm still new to messing around with scriptable objects. But as far as I understand it, when we're creating an asset in the menu, it'll be in the menu stat entry, and then the sub button, stat default template is what the button will be called. So it'll be like a stinking, so it'll be up in here. Look at the code. Create asset. So it might end up being up in here. I'm not entirely sure where it will end up, but I'll find it. But in here you have your list of stat entries. It'll return just a read-only list of them, so that way they can't be edited, which I could probably change that. Well, no, because if I returned... Yeah, if I'm returning that, I would have to make this into a getter and a setter instead of a function that returns a read-only list, or a list in general, because it'd be a pointer to that list. But I learned about this, so when the function is called, the script is loaded, or a value change in the inspector. So if something changes or if it's loaded, it'll check the validation. It'll make a hash set of stat names for any duplicates for each stat in the stat entries. If it has not been seen, yeah, see, this is why I had to have a little help. Okay, so if we add the stats name into scene, and that returns false, we'll add it to duplicates. I might have to revise this a little bit because I don't know if it works the way I think. So what it's supposed to do is check all the ones that have been seen. If it's not in the scene, add it to the scene list. If it's seen in the scene list, add it to the duplicates list, so that way we can remove it later. Yeah, this might need a little editing. But here is our entity stat container. What this is doing is it's tracking the default stats to put them in the stat entry dictionary. And then we're also using a private class just because I don't want to deal with a struct, because a struct does not return a pointer, it returns a copy of the data. So in order to overwrite the data, you have to manually overwrite it every time a modifying value is changed. So instead, I did a private class, so that way we can have our status effect, what stack it is, and then the specific entry for that. We can track the individual stacks, and then yeah, that way when we remove it from the totals inside of each entry that it's affecting, we know exactly if it's a 2% or a 5% or an 8% reduction or a 5 value or a 6 value or 7 value, and remove only that specific value out, because it's either going to be a total value or an average value depending on what kind of status effect it is, which we will set up more in the status effect scripts. This is how I'm doing my interfaces now, or at least for this specific case, since it's not a mono behavior. Whenever you request or need to use the stat entry manager, it'll ask the interface container if it has a registered status effect manager inside of it, and that way we can get a reference to that specific interface, and then through that interface we can talk to the actual manager. But see how simple initializing a stat entry is compared to what it was before, where it's checking the mono behavior and all that other crap. It's a lot more concise, I feel like. I think the defense sequence manager was the last one I was working on, because when I was working on the status effect systems, I guess you could say, I realized the stat entry system was not, like, they were calculating, or they were tracking the total, but they weren't accurately tracking each individual stack and converting it to a total. So I set that up a little better. It may not be perfect. That's why I need to do testing. That's why I haven't added in a bunch of the other stuff I was talking about earlier. Let's see. Add an entry, remove an entry, add a new reduction modifier, remove a reduction modifier, status effect stack. So if you have the stack number, else if the modifiers are empty, or if you call it directly, you can remove the whole thing. We need to, let's just actually do it. So status effect, if the stat entry dictionary try get value for status effect, status effects, I guess it wouldn't be a status effect. see. Maybe we don't need, well, so if we have the status effects name, then the stack number, the stat entry modifier, maybe we do that instead, because this is only modifying a value and a percent of all stats yeah, we might have to change this because this is only doing those, so instead we should do another one of these, so that way it's tracking the status effects name, the stack number, the stats name, and the stat entry. We don't really need stat name. Well, hold on. Yes, we will do. Yeah, because then we're tracking the status effects name, the stack, the stat name, and then the stat entry modifier. Because we don't really need the entry. And this way we can track each of the stat names. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense in my head. So we're going to add a new modifier. We're going to need a stat name. Or, because in here, we'll just put this. Yes. So we add a new modifier for the status effect of said name. Then we're going to have a dictionary of stat reduction entries. Which, yes, they will have the modifying percents and values inside of them. 1. Remove you, because it's the same as this one, and then for each, if the stat reductions dictionary does not equal null, we can say for each. I don't know why. I would say values and then float reduction value. Key. Ends with value percent. If it ends with the value, we can say the reduction value equals stat reduction dot value dot current total value, else if percent, we can do the same, but it'll be the percent. And this way, when we if the stat entry modifiers contains if it does not contain the key, we can simply add the key. And then from here, because this will add the key and then a new state entry modifier, which I don't think. Okay, that's fine. And we can say stat. Well, let's just slap this back between there. Will equal the reduction value or the reduction percent. That feels better. So instead of it just adding in a flat either value or percent reduction to the entire dictionary of stats. We are instead now going through seeing if it's a value or a percent of each individual stat, and then from there it'll affect each individual stat instead of like blanketing the whole thing with a reduction. Yeah, that makes more sense in my head. Excuse me. So from here, yeah, because we're trying to get remove the stack. Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to do here, which confused me and had to change this. Okay, because we're trying to get the value, but what instead we need to do, because here we're removing a whole stack. So for each of the stack number let's see, stat. So for each of these stat entries, if stat dictionary try get value we'll try to get the value of the current stat entry and change the not modifying the base value, I need the modifying values total. We're going to remove these dot yeah, because we're trying to get the value of this stat, so and then it'll be similar for the next line, but percent this way we update the each individual stat entry to remove the reductions. Here we go. Right? Almost. Almost. Well, no, because these only track the total values, and then when it checks if it's a timer, that's when it inverts the oh, whatchamacallit, I think that's in here. Yeah. So if it ends with a timer, that's when it inverts the calculations for the coroutines based on the values here. Okay. Oh, because it's returning a read-only dictionary instead of... Oops.
Invincible.
I don't need all that jumbo. This way it's returning a value. Was it the same thing? I don't remember. I don't remember if that's the same thing as what I had before. Besides this part. I'm gonna Google that real fast. Is returning a read-only So is returning a read-only dictionary the same as having a variable with a getter and no setter? Returning a read-only dictionary via the read-only dictionary interface in C# is not the same as getting the variable to a getter-only property in Unity. Well, I don't know why it was returning issues just trying to use it. Both hide the mutable backing store, reducing bugs. What's the difference though? They're similar enough. I don't have to worry too much about it since its backer is immutable, I think. Well, it's mutable, but it's hidden, so I don't have to worry too much about if it's a read-only dictionary or if it's a dictionary returning its backer obfuscated through a getter. Okay. So then this applies a new modifier, and then we just need to remove it. For each stat reduction, yeah, we just have to remove it. Okay, that's fine. then we just need the dictionary again. No, because that's stat entry modifiers. Oh, I see. So for copying it, we're gonna have to do similar logic to the add modifier, aren't we? But instead of, it'll be this part of the logic. Um, Oop, that name key. If the state entry and I can move this down here because we'll be adding in dot, or I guess it'd be this adds in the status effect and the corresponding dictionary, so we need to add in the value, right? Value dot for each stack in not index with expression type. It would be value def. So stack, and this one would be key. And then from here, we're going over each stack, so for each variable stat reduction entry in stack dot value Yeah, see, it's similar, but the stack key. Okay, we'll finish updating this really fast, and then I'm gonna go eat some food. But we're gonna add in the stat reduction entry. Well, I guess it'd be a modifier. Okay, we're gonna add in the key, key, comma, new, and then right after that, we can take the key, oops, not the whole line, key dot value equals the modifier dot value dot value. Haha, there we go. That feels better. And then percent. And that way we copy that over. Yeah, that feels better than. Okay. I don't have to worry about this one because it's not dealing with that complexity. It's just this entity stack containers that are dealing with that kind of complexity. So, yeah. Alright. Okay. The food is here. I'm going to take a quick break. What are we at? Look at my 2 hours and about 40 minutes, so might take like a 10-minute break. And eat, and then I will be right back to pick up where we left off. I think we'll go over the next stat container for damaging objects, and then we're gonna go over the rest of it, I guess, and see if there's anything else we need to fix. So I will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes.
bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
Alright, I am back. Definitely took a lot longer than I thought, but it was definitely worth it. Had some barbecue boneless chicken wings, some rolls, some it's like almost scalloped potatoes with the french fry stuff on top, but they're like cubed, and then some of that crock pot corn. It was amazing. Alrighty. Where were we? We were going through the damaging object stat entry container, which has the regular stat entries as well as the reductions. So we're not tracking individual stacks, we're just tracking the dictionary as a whole. That's why I had to change some of the stuff in the other one, now that I realized it wasn't really set up correctly. But this just does the same thing, but it's a little bit different on these two. Yeah. I guess the three. And then this one copies stuff. Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about in the one where it was all hard-coded. So instead, we iterate through each stat name in the enumerators for the stat names. And if it ends with timer, we'll check a boolean. Yeah, if it, how to apply stat reductions. So this is applying a reduction. If it ends with if it ends with timer, we will add to the value, thus making the timer longer. Else we subtract from the value, thus reducing, values and percents and stuff like that. Same goes with the opposite end of it, but instead it flip-flops it from up here. That way, any new stats I add or anything like that automatically get thrown in here, and I don't have to remember that crap. Yeah, I was fixing that. We don't need that anymore. This is the action for leveling up. It just returns the action of said stat name, else add to the value as a default. Copy a stat dictionary. Oh yeah, this is my flow for leveling up. So entity stats flow into attack stats, and then attack stats flow into the attack's status effect stats, and the status effect stats flow into the area of effect stats, as you can see here. Well, attack stats also flow into the attack's area of effect stats. Right now we're doing 10% of the starting value, so that's another reason why we're tracking the starting base value. But I will design, once I get to the wave spawn manager, let's go to it because this is new. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to restart that soon, but whatever. I forgot what I was looking for. Oh yeah, these are some placeholder kind of stuff. So the enemy role types. So healer, support, disruptor, mage, sniper, gunner, tank, assassin, boss. Those are just some examples I have for now. Those are what will influence the percent of the values for different stats. So it'll either be based off these base values, starting value, or I can come into here and set up a section where, depending on if it's a healer, it can increase a preset list of stats or something like that. I haven't quite decided yet, but I might just go based off the base value and then have this influence the base value. That's why I haven't really messed with it a whole lot. But that is alright. We will get it figured out. Yeah, this is the one to level up the entity stats. I guess the only part that's really different is this interior part where it levels up the target stat based on the constant, which is the 10%, which I will change out possibly eventually, but then it triggers the level up of attacks. This one levels up the status effects, kind of like in the diagram shown above, and then the area of effect, and then the status effect one comes down here and triggers up the area of effect stats. The health manager is a fun one. I copied that here, so I had the correct interface contract set up. Oh yeah, this is something I did not talk about in the entry manager. So when this class for the stat entry manager before it does the start script, what am I trying to say? In all of the awakes where it requires a registration with the interface container, it'll register anything that has an interface in it, so like the stat entry manager, and the awake on the health manager, since it's an interface, I have it doing the same thing. So if other things need to request an interface container, or interface from the interface container, it can do so in the awake section, which runs after all of the awake portions of the code. So essentially what this does is, if we're not ignoring the damage, so the damage comes in as a bulk, so if it's trying to do 100 points of damage, it'll, if it doesn't ignore energy shields, and it isn't true damage, because true damage just ignores your energy shields and attacks your current health directly, your overflow in your current health, or your overheal health points, I suppose. It'll calculate and remove life from the current energy shield, and then it'll spit out the remainder. I think I passed that in. Yeah, as a reference. Okay. So these get passed in as references, so that way we can mess around with those. If the attack is a physical object and it isn't true damage, we will alter the incoming damage amount by the armor value. Again, kind of going with the idea that true damage should only directly attack the health, and ignoring defenses in all manners, so no blocking, no parrying, any of that stuff. Then this calculates and removes from that, and that calculates and removes from the current health points. the current overheal and the current health points. A little naming convention. That way. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then this section here checks if the attacking entity's controller is available. As long as the entity isn't dead, it'll try to calculate how much of the energy shield stolen on hit it'll take. This will be used later for the damage numbers because they'll pop up as different colors. And then this goes straight into the health points. You fill up your health points first for any life steal that happens, and then your overheal if you have any. This is my calculations to remove life. It's quite simple. So you have your stat name, the target of the damage. Then we go through. That's weird that it's not yellow, but yeah, those aren't yellow either. No, I don't know. There's no errors, so that's weird. Oh, that might have been what the other thing above was about. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to reset. So after review some more code, I will probably end the stream so I can update these things and reset them, and I guess just get ready for the next stream probably tomorrow. Because yeah, it'll be tomorrow. I will do my live coding stream because Tuesday, that's what took me a little longer after eating. We were talking about a few things we had to do around the house and setting up the Christmas tree and some Christmas lights and stuff like that. So I might not be able to stream tomorrow. We'll see how long that takes. Or not tomorrow, Tuesday. We might even have to wait a little later in the day if I do stream, but when the time comes, we will see. Yeah, this is just healing. So this processes the healing. If it's a certain type, oh, this is another reason we use that, so we can check exactly when we're regenning for the switch statement, so we can get the appropriate stat fields, or the stat names for the fields and stuff. This processes it, which is quite simple. Calculates the max, the current, checks if the current is less than the max, checks the total after the healing, which is the current plus the healing amount. If the total exceeds that, then the amount regen is the max minus the current, else we just add in the amount. Essentially what that does is if we exceed the healing, we just make sure it doesn't go over. And if it doesn't exceed the healing, we know we've healed less than our maximum. This checks the entity's health points, and if it's dead, it triggers the is dead on the entity. This is the health regen coroutine. I figured I'd move it into the health manager instead of having it on the entity itself, so that way the manager can track these things a little easier. Here's another global constant. Jeez. Yawn came out of nowhere. It's pretty simple. If the game is paused, we'll just get stuck here basically, because this will just continue to the next cycle of the while statement. You can see when I click on it, it highlights the while. So it'll just skip the rest of the code block, go to the next iteration until the game is no longer paused, and then it'll come down here when it's unpaused if the entity isn't dead. It essentially does a similar thing up above. It has a cooldown in here using the minimum cooldown timer. Oh yeah, I remember now. If the cooldown calculated off the entity is less than the minimum allowed, it'll just default to the minimum, else it'll get the cooldown time. And then while the timer is greater than 0, tick down. And since there's an additional while loop, we have another check for the game being paused. So if it's ticking down, we'll just skip this part of it and not tick down anymore. This is for the delay. That way we have like a small amount of time between each iteration of this. So to wait for it's a very minimal amount of time. Yeah. So it shouldn't add up too much. But this is based on the time delta, so it won't affect the timer at all. Then we calculate the amount to heal, clamp it, and then add to the life. So not too bad. This only heals current health points. It doesn't do overhealing or energy shields. Energy shields works a little differently, as between enemy waves is when your shield refills to full. But you do have, well, I don't remember, did I change that? Let me check out. So I might have added in some things for, yes, so I did change that actually. That's the way it was before. So I have to add another shield regen coroutine, which is very similar to this. I'll just have to swap out those two. So in the regen coroutine, I will just swap those out with them inputted up here. That way, you know, the entity can call both of them, or this will call both of them based on the entity. I haven't figured out how I'm triggering these yet. Jeez. But we'll figure it out from there. So an attack entry just has its name, level, material type, targeting behavior, if it does an area of effect, and then an inherits from the base damaging object, which is all that the data that multiple different things can have. Because this has it, the status effect entry has it, and the area of effect entry has it as well. Then we copy all, and I don't know if I need to copy everything like this. Well, I guess on this one I do, because it returns a whole new copy. I might have to change this because I don't need a whole new copy, because when I instantiate a new attack, the only things that are really missing from a new instantiated attack would be the complex data. So things like stats, and status effects, all this stuff down here. And then like any data on the area of effect. So yeah, we'll just have to do that. We don't need stats. Oh yeah, I don't need. Let's do that. And then stats, status effects. I just prefer the brackets around, even if it's a simple thing like that, just because in my head it feels like it encapsulates the meaning more, and it's easier to read than just having it floating out next to something. So yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, we'll change this read-only dictionary to a something with the getter, and in this I did it a little differently. Since I initialized the attack entry dictionary anyways, I figured I would just put the attack entry manager request from the interface container and the stat entry manager one as well inside of here, because I don't need them until I do the default attacks anyway. So if they're null, yeah, there are a few different things, and I guess this one doesn't need to be here. It's when, well, maybe it does. See, that's why I just left a note in here, because when I remove an object from play, I don't want to destroy it, especially if I'm going to be doing thousands of attacks. Any new attack that needs to be instantiated will eventually get added into the pool, so that way when it checks again in the attack sequence manager, it will then have a pool of objects that had already spawned in and just needs to reset it instead of instantiating a new attack and copying all the data. That's why the function I just changed in the attack entry allows me to just copy the wanted stats. Yeah, because yeah, I might have to set up a Oh no, I don't think everything's in there because it's just the attack level that'll change in here. Yeah, so that's fine. But yeah, I'll work on this later. I'm not exactly sure how I'm doing the object pooling yet. I know I need to set one up for entities. I need to set one up for attacks, area of effects, but status effects aren't something we instantiate, as they're more data driven. So I probably won't need one for that. So I'll need a object pool manager and stuff. So I'll just leave this note here. Oh yeah, I do remember setting up this default attack. Yeah, I do it the same way I did the default attack prefabs, because it takes the prefab object, gets the base attack controller off of it, and then adds it into the default attack controllers, because you can just reference the object through the controller. Well, I guess I did do an object pool inside of here. I'll leave that note in the other one so I don't forget to swap it over. Because I feel like it'd be easier for like maintenance and stuff if I had it on its own manager. I guess there's not really a whole lot to say. All this does is just add ESE get component. If it's not in there already, else if it is, it already contains it. I don't need multiple default attacks. This adds a new attack. If the attack's name does not equal none, and the entity's attack container does not already contain the attack, if the attack prefab object pool contains the attack, we will get the very last one, if it's available. If there's one in there available, which I might do it a little differently, because if the attack prefab object pool contains the attack's name but the pool is empty, I need to still instantiate a new attack. So I'll leave myself a little note. Okay. Yeah, I'll break this up into different steps, so that way there's not an if-else. This will just state if the object pool does not contain the key, add the key. Then down here, it can check if the pool's count is greater, else instantiate. So yeah, if the object yeah, let's just grab this in. So if that doesn't have that, add there. That'll flow better in my head. That way we have the attack in there, but we need to make sure, and this will make sure that, yeah, it makes sense to me. At least for now, until I read it again later and realize I did something else stupid. I guess, well, I'll have to create a function to add to the pool, I guess. This is just referenced in the interface. So I guess down here, we say I attack, entry manager, oops, remove attack. What does that call the... I guess we don't need to remove the attack if the manager does it. Oh, there's probably a few more things I need to fix in here too. Yeah, like not supposed to do that on awake. We're supposed to register them on awake and ask for them on start. We have a 2D collider come into contact, as long as it's not the same as the attacking entity's tag. We'll try to get its entity controller, and if the attack does damage over time, we will add them to the list of entities that are being damaged over time. Yeah, because when I do that, the thing is constantly cycling through entities, checking if they've been damaged. If the number doesn't match when the next damage timestamp is, then it'll apply damage. Well, I mean, if it's greater than the next timestamp, because it'll track by the current frames since the application started. So based on that, it'll know I need to damage this target. Instead of having a clock for each entity, it'll just check timestamps and then damage targets or skip over them. And since this one will have a timestamp probably of 0, or just the current timestamp, I can't remember if it's 0 or the current, then it'll instantly apply damage and then start calculating from there. When they exit, if it does damage over time, we'll just remove them from the thing completely. That way we keep it clean, and also if they exit and come in and exit and come in, they're taking damage over and over, so you either want to step into the damage field and take the damage on the ticks, or avoid the field altogether. Especially when you don't want to die. And then I just changed this one to be that. So it's a little more concise, so we know this one is copying the attack entry of this one, instead of overriding the whole thing. That's why I changed this entry earlier. I wonder why I did this. I guess just to copy it, if it has one, I guess. Well, maybe. Might just omit that, since if it is null, I don't want it to copy a null thing. I wanted to check this. If this is null and this is not null, we can do that. Okay, that makes it better. Yes. Yeah, this is the one that still has a few of the status effect manager things I haven't finished yet, for checking for a paralysis when it comes to doing attack cycles, there's a few different checks. It's kind of like in Pokemon. If you're stunned or have the paralysis on, you can still attack, but it does that check beforehand to see if you're stunned from the paralysis. That way you're not just stun locked. Of course there'll be a stun lock, but it won't come from strictly paralysis. It'll probably come from electric effects. You know, the rounding check. Because most levels are pretty consistent, so the rounding check usually helps with making it even more consistent, since floats have that stupid floating point error. For some reason, I've noticed you randomly lose little bits of numbers here and there. So I usually use this, especially for int stats, to help random to the whole numbers if they lose that little bit. So it'll be like 8 at one point, and then as you level up like to 12, it'll end up being like 11.9999. Losing that little bit of data, it's like, where'd the number go? That just annoys me, so that's the only thing I can think to fix it, is have a check like that. Yeah, see, this registers these requests in the start. I'm trying to get everything to be more consistent, so that way as I continue practicing with proper consistency of things, I can continue building things in that consistent way. I just realized that I have my, well, I guess it's because I'm using the restream, but I have my YouTube link in my YouTube description, and my Kick one in the Kick description. I don't know why I just found that funny. Yeah, essentially this goes, attempts to use an attack. Oh, what does it think? We don't use the 2 string. So try to get the attack space controller, copy it to copy, and if it's able to be used, we'll check the targeting behavior. If it's no target, then we'll just spawn the attack, else if it needs. Otherwise, if it is not a no target targeting behavior and the current target doesn't equal null, we'll find the attack range. If the target's distance is within the attack range or equal to the attack range, then we'll initiate the attack, so that way we're not spamming attacks out into the void to targets we can't reach. And this will return a boolean, so that down here, why does it return a boolean? I forget. Is it for, oh, it's for the counterattack maybe? Okay, yeah, for the counterattack it returns a boolean, otherwise it don't make a lick of difference. But that's for an individual attack, and then for attempting to use all the attacks while true, which I could change it to while the entity is alive and the game's not paused, but no other for loops. There's a for each loop, which I'll just make a note of it. Game isn't paused. While true, checks if the calling entity is null. If it is, just break out of this loop. Otherwise, if the attack controller dictionary isn't null, we'll iterate through all of the attacks in the dictionary, but we'll convert it to a list so that we have the tag name and the attack controller. And then from there, oh yeah, this is where we check if the calling entity isn't dead. So if it becomes dead, we will just skip over everything and return null. Yeah, see, this is another thing I need to adjust, because I don't like the way this is set up. Well, I guess we'll check that beforehand. I don't know how I want to do this. I guess we can move this part up. Yeah, we'll have to break it up into more sections, it seems like, so that way we check this. If the entity is dead, then we'll just break. So game state manager. Well, the game is not paused. Why just add a check inside? Was it in here? That's right. If the controller is null, break out. If that's not null for each attack. Oops. If the calling entities controller's game object is active, or if the calling entity is dead, we'll break out. Else.
Why have you been avoiding me so much lately? Did I do something wrong, or was it maybe
if the calling entity's controller does not match an object attack source, so like a trap or something like that, something the environment, which I need to adjust these tags as well because I'm not for sure if these are the ones I'm using. So if the calling entity does not match the object attack source and it does not match the weather attack source, okay, I see what I was going for here. So if it's not an object attack source and a weather attack source, that's something that can have a paralysis check involved. Yeah, if it can't attack, then we're just going to break out. It'll attempt to use an attack and then wait for the default minimum attack speed, which the attack speed is not. It's like the delay between attack checks, not the actual speed of the attack. I just have this set. Yeah, I'll show you. It's a small number, so that way you can go attack fast, but not, crazy fast. Where were we? Right here. So, and then this instantiates a new attack based off the attempt to use an attack. What this does is it does like the multi-strike chance and count, and then it'll go through and spawn that amount of projectiles based on the projectile count for each multi-strike. So if you have like 10 multi-strike, that's 10 consecutive attacks without much of a delay. And then for each of those, it'll spawn in an additional projectile alternating from left to right. It depends on the amount of projectiles. So if it's like an odd number, like 3, it'll spawn one centered and then off to the left and then the right. But if it's an even, it'll offset it slightly to the side, so that way the 2 in front are centered instead of the 1. Just a way to make it look better instead of having the whole attack pattern offset when it's even and then correct when it's not. And then this goes through and does all the projectile spawn amounts, does the paralyzation check here for each of those. Do I not have the other? The other one. The other paralyzation check, because it's supposed to do a paralyzation check for the multi-strike count as well. I guess I went and well, I guess this does do it here, because even if the projectile count is 1, yeah, it does it here for both of them then. That's right. I got a lot of notes in here. Yeah, there's also one about the spawning pattern, so if you want to, instead of spawn in a row in front of you, you can do like circle patterns, shoot all around you, stuff like that. I have to design those still. Won't be too bad. And then this instantiates a new projectile. definitely a reason why there's still a bunch of notes in here. Because I don't think it uses any of the object pooling in here before instantiating. Yeah. Let me make a note of that here. I'll actually bring the note over here so it sticks out a little more. Check the just so I have a little note in case I forget. Yeah, just yeah, this just calculates the direction if there's a target. That way it gets the proper forward direction for the spawning of the projectile. This gets the correct angle and transforms it so that way the attack is facing the correct direction as well. Ow. This gets the spawned attacks component and then copies the data from the one that it's spawning from. Yeah, this is similar to what I was talking about the stat evolutions, where if it's over a certain amount, like 300 in this instance, it adds a small chance to double it. So if the projectile count is over a certain number and you have a certain amount of chance for, I think it was multi-strike. Yeah, multi-strike chance. You'll double that count. This one, so at 300%, you'd have a, so 300 minus the base maximum, which is 100, will give you a 2% chance to double it. That way you have a small amount, but you can build up to bigger amounts. Feel like certain stats with the maximum potential have a future potential other than capping it at, you know, like a multi-strike chance percent at 100%. Anything above that would feel useless unless it had some kind of effect otherwise. And then this takes the multi-strike chance percent and then just negative drops it down by 20 times its current total. So if you have, you know, 100%, it'll be like negative 2,000 or something. So just to negate any chance of the additional projectiles also spawning in additional projectiles and just causing a death trap basically. And then checks if attacks can spawn area of effects on hit, or when the attack spawns, I mean. Increases the current count, which up here, I guess I forgot to mention, if the random value, which is a maximum of a 1, so 0 to 1 float, if that chance so you have a current multi-strike chance of 100%. I guess I need to divide that by 1. I guess it don't really matter because down here when it recalculates it, you'll get the correct number. So that way your first attack always has a 100% chance to fire, but then any consecutive attack after that gets recalculated based on the attack's actual values as well as the current projectile count in the maximum amount of multi-strikes to happen. So that way you have like a diminishing effect, where the higher you are into your multi-strike count, the less of a chance you have to continue. So that way, if you have 1,000 multi-strike, it's not gonna just sit there and spam 1,000 attacks. You're gonna have up to 1,000 attack potential. That way, it's just not constantly like Gatling gunning, machine gun style, blasting attacks. And then if this activates the cooldown, then we'll activate the cooldown here and start the coroutine for that. That's where the attack menu will get its numbers from. Yeah, just checks if an area of effect spawns. This starts the cooldown, which I could do just a wait till, but then there's more garbage collection overhead, and then I don't also get the cooldown time. So, and then this is that calculation of the int stat. So it separates the whole value from the decimal value, and then checks if it's greater than the int rounding amount. And if it is, adds a whole number to the int here, then returns the whole number. So that way we quit working with floats, because certain attacks will save as a float because of the way the leveling up works, but then they only check the int value, and then if you just truncate the decimal point without checking if it's over a certain parameter, then you just lose a lot of, well, you lose a whole point essentially. And I'm going to try to avoid that. I might have to adjust the number to be more refined, tighter, I guess. Your multi-strike chance, it takes the dictionary, current and max. You get the reduction, which is 1 minus the current and max. So 1 minus current divided by max. So if you're on 10 out of 100, it'll be 1 minus 0.1, 0.9. So you have a 90% potential for your reduction. So we'll take the chance to strike again, total value divided by 100. Take 90% of that and clamp it above 0, and that's what you get. Attempt to counterattack, and then there's a paralysis check in here as well. So if you are paralyzed and then you try to counterattack, there is a check to see if you can even counterattack. Then this is the one I was working on. I haven't finished it, but this was one I was working on yesterday? Yeah, I haven't worked on it today. It was yesterday. Yeah, there's a little bit going on here. This is for all the coroutines. Yeah, these start the coroutines, and the coroutines themselves are what set these. Turn them on and off. Yeah, there's multiple defense coroutines based on the stat. So you have your parry, your block, and your dodge. Essentially, which we'll get down to that in a second. Yeah, this is where it just handles all of that based on a timer. We have three different applied damage over time things, which just essentially add them to either the attacks, area effects, or the status effects, so that way not everything is compiled into one giant coroutine. I can separate them out into 3 individual coroutines and then have them all kind of doing their own thing, because especially if each attack has an area of effect that does damage over time, then you're just doubling it up and what's the right word? Stacking them up in a bunch, and that way each frame would take longer to process the entire list of them instead of just dividing them out. I don't know, it seemed better in my head when I was putting them together. That, and there's different sources, so that way I could just call the source and then the target, and then have it be able to track like that, and see we add the time. They're very similar, except they come from different sources, really. And the removal of each of them, of course. Oh yeah, this one's for the status effects. Yeah, these are just the coroutines. Guess we can walk through one of those. So we create a new stopwatch called the current frame stopwatch. So this is so we can kind of track the time progression, and as long as the game's not paused, we'll reset the stopwatch for each of the attacks that are doing damage over time. If it's null or has made the final hit, we'll just continue past it. But for each target in the attack dictionary entry, we will wait the damage over time hit rate timer, and then after that's up, we'll attempt to damage the target, and then we'll set the new time to when it was damaged last and add to the objects processed. Mainly the stopwatch and the object processed are a way for me to calculate what I can do in a frame, and then later on, once I kind of have a rough feeling of what I can do, then we can kind of refine this to maximize each frame as much as possible. So these are all the similar ones. Damage target. Yeah, these just take all the data and calculates things out with them, and then spits the data into the defense sequence. So it does the pre-check, which returns a crit hit resistance and crit hit damage resistance, and then the attack sequence calculations return the attack damage, and if it was a crit, I guess I'll have to fix these to take a damaging object 1 instead. calculates the base damage, critical hit chance, critical damage. We attempt to defend the damage, which is the most complicated one of all. Essentially, it'll go through and see if it can be if the attack can be blocked, and then it'll try to parry it because it needs to make sure it's a blockable physical object. And then it'll try to parry it. If it failed to parry it, or the parry was on cooldown or whatever, it'll try to block it. If it failed to do the block, or the block was on cooldown, then it would try to dodge it. Always in that order. So you can parry something, and then block something else, and then dodge something else. And that way there's always some sort of gap in your defenses. That gives you more chance to block or dodge an incoming attack, rather than just relying on sheer armor or block power. If it wasn't able to be dodged, but the attack damage is too low to cause damage, we'll spawn in some text here. I haven't quite decided what. I still have to finish these, this manager and its interface. But if the damage it can do damage and you fail to do anything against it, it'll calculate the target's armor, apply damage to the target, checks if it does a AoE on hit, spawns an additional AoE on hit if it does spawn AoEs on hit, and checks if status effects were applied. A lot of that, like the parrying, block, and I think the dodge were done, but the rest need to get finished. They're still taking from a old stat entry container instead of the new entity stat entry container and the damaging object stat entry container. Well, there's a couple more in here, like the area of effect entry, area of effect controller, which a lot of these still need a little more work now that I adjusted the stat systems and the way it tracks stuff. This was the one I was working on before I got distracted because I was doing the stat reductions, and then yeah, I had to go back and do a bunch of other stuff from there, and then I am moving forward from here. That's what all this is about, because we made it up to the status effect manager. Then I'll have to work through the entity stuff, which I'll condense some of this. I might do the overhead controller, but then I am testing out everything. I'm going to make sure all the status effects, or not status effects, the stats work, the AoEs work, the status effects work, and all that stuff. And then I will go through and add like the floating text, the upgrade menus, the attack menus, and all of that. So I'm finally getting close to getting stuff figured out. I'm just trying to work through and make sure everything is kind of concise and matches the way I want to thematically have all my code, I guess, so that way everything uh, like code design wise matches and seems to work in the way I think it will. And if it doesn't, then I can just go from there, debug, and test. I want to get like a working version where you can just hit a button, spawn an enemy, test it out, kind of like a bunch of little test dummies that you just spawn in, they'll fight back. You can try different levels, and once I get to a functional spot, I'm going to release a test demo of just that, where anyone watching can pop in there, download it off of itch.io and probably Steam. I'll have to look into the Steam, see if there's any like integrations I need to do. It shouldn't be too bad. It'll probably be less cumbersome than like the Play Store stuff, because the Play Store stuff does like a bunch of extra stuff. As far as I'm aware, I don't know if Steam does the 10,000 or whatever virus check things that Steam or Google Play does, which I would assume would be more of the API integration than Steam would, because I would assume Steam would just do like achievements and stuff. But I'll check into all of that. I will also have like all of the code up on my GitHub. That way, if you just want to look at the code and leave comments and stuff on that, you can do that as well. But besides that, I'll have like the test play version ready before too long, and I don't go as fast as I think I do, because it's like, oh, I can do this much in a week, and then it's like 2 or 3 weeks, and then I get that much done, just because I'm still learning, still figuring stuff out, and still getting the hang of everything. I know it's still been a while since I've started learning, and I still feel like I haven't really gone very far, but I don't know. Looking back at my old code really feels like I was doing stupid stuff, a lot of stupid stuff, so I'm pretty excited to get the test version out though. I hopefully plan on getting feedback, but we'll see how I guess like popular, how much it pops off. Just people doing the test version and seeing stuff go. But that's all I really got for right now. But tomorrow, when I get off of work, I'll get on here and we can start kind of going through. It would kind of, I think it'd just be the touch up the attack sequence manager a little bit, mess with the attack controller a little bit, mess with the defense sequence manager, and then we can hop over to the area of effect systems and the status effect systems and just start working on those as much as possible. I want to get at least 2 to 3 hours in working on stuff tomorrow, and hopefully we can make it into the entity controller, but we'll see how well that works out. That way, I want to get the test version up as soon as possible and see if I want to do either a custom map like I was showing before. Here, I'll show that again real quick. It won't be exactly this map that I have drawn up, but it'll be something kind of similar where there's the different biomes and stuff. I don't know if I'm going to do exactly this map or if I'm going to do like the random generation where it just generates the simple biome stuff, and then depending on the difficulty of the biome and the current uh, power level of the character, it'll change the biome and the terrain and the enemies and stuff. And until you get to a certain point where you have to manually click on a button to transition to either like uh, from like the water to the deep ocean, or from any surface level to the air or to space and stuff like that. But if anyone got some feedback on that, just feel free to let me know. I can give both a shot and see which one turns out better, but right now I'm just going to focus on getting the gameplay and the stats and all that working. So I just wanted to tell everyone, all my fun guys and fun gals, for stopping by, that I really appreciate you for just checking stuff out, even if it doesn't really feel like we went anywhere today. I will continue to get stuff done and keep everything posted and updated. But until then,